Go on record for the 8:15 calendar, it being now 8:32, and we have a 100% non-appearance today, so may as well just go through the calendar. The first one is Alwyn Josh Austria, a DUI with apparently treatment has fallen off the table. That's not a good indication.
Yeah, city moves more 20.
So ordered. Next would be compliance with the diversion. This is Jennifer Jenkins. Docket number 2 is an SOC. No money has been paid, and SOC is.
I'm also seeing new violations here. So
1,000 cash or bond will issue. Not concerned about the money so much as the new violations. Next would be Selena Marie Minish. And again, looks like the out of compliance with treatment with regard to a DUI. Never a good indication.
2,500.
Cash or bond warrant will issue. Our next one was Adam Pevin, and this would be he has a new felony violation, 2 burglary charges. That it sounds like he's got more trouble on his plate than we can certainly do for him.
I agree.
I'm kind of not inclined to really. We say he agrees with me.
Yeah, the city agrees. Yeah,
strike no action. Strike the hearing. Last would be John Thomas Smith. And again, that's the DUI, compliance with the diversion. We don't have an assessment, no ADIS, no treatment, 2,500 cash or bond, sorted. And with that, I guess we can wait for the 8:30. Morning, Mr. Haverco, or are you able to hear me? Evidently not yet, but they are present in Zoom. Good morning, sir. Are you able to hear me? I can see you, but I can't hear you. That's a standby.
Hello? Turn that all the way up. Up to 100.
That's on.
It's not muted. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. Myth.
Is Mr. Haverco, in the immediate vicinity there?
Hammer call? You hammer call? Yeah. Yeah, he's asking for you. Oh.
So you haven't provided proof of something, and why not?
I, on the Swinomish schedule. Oh, Swinomish, I'm
Yeah.
got a warrant out of Swinomish and they rid of my name here from warrant in 2016. I was about to post bail and then they ran my name for here.
So what's your reason for not doing what you're supposed to do?
So,
2016,
You've never had a domestic violence assessment.
2016, I promised I'd do that when I got released back to Skagit.
Judge, can you hear us at all?
now I can hear you, yes.
Okay. This is Mr., did the court want me to represent Mr. Siminoff?
Is this, Mr. Semyonov in front of you?
Yeah,
Yes, I think that would be probably a really good idea. This is a case going back to 2006. He is PR'd, he's released on our hold, but he's serving time for one of the tribes up north, I believe the Skagit tribe.
right.
Mr. Atfield is in conference briefly with, this is Mr. Semyonov that's it's on. This is that case going back to 2006.
Your Honor, the city's moving to, cities.
Mr. Haverco, the city's moving to dismiss, and I think that's a very good idea. The case goes back to 2006.
Right.
I think Mr. Semyonov has issues that he needs to be dealt with elsewhere.
That sounds like
So we're gonna close. The
sounds like a good way to handle it to me.
warrant is gone, and I assume he'll just serve out his time there for whatever sentence was imposed.
Okay.
Mr. Semyonov, good luck to you. You take care of yourself, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Judge. We're just waiting for the custody officers to bring Mr. Ray Bellman and Mr. Wing.
I assume you're probably gonna need a moment or two to talk to them.
No, I won't. I've already talked to both. So as soon as they arrive, I'll be ready.
I
So
understand.
just waiting, I'm just waiting for them. They didn't pull them. They hadn't pulled them when I, got here. And there's a different custody officer who wasn't sure what to do.
Not surprising.
So go ahead and have a seat. Oh, have we brought Ray down?
They call the, now, but, a communication issue with the jail, shouldn't be too much longer.
Morning, just go ahead and have a seat in the green chair and we'll talk to the judge here. Morning, Judge. This is Sean Ray Bauman.
Good morning, sir. For the record, is your full name Sean, middle initial C, Ray Bauman?
Yes.
Mr. Bauman, you're here for arraignment on a number of charges. 1, disorderly conduct. 2, criminal trespass, 2nd degree. Those are both simple misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. You're also cited for a use of drug paraphernalia. That also is a simple misdemeanor. You were, however, I guess there's 2 counts of criminal trespass, 2nd degree, 1 count of paraphernalia, and 1 count of disorderly conduct. I'm going to appoint Mr. Havergo to represent you on these new charges, as well as your previous offenses. Mr. Havergo?
Thank you, Judge. The clerk was able to provide me a copy of the police report, and I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Ray Bauman in the jail and go over the report. We did talk a bit about potentially entering a plea, as sometimes we do at arraignment on these kinds of charges, but I think his position was I don't think he believed there was a legal basis for the some of the charges, and so we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and so that is why, as your honor will notice, I haven't prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. So what we'd like to do this morning, I believe, is just do formal arraignment and pursuant to your appointment, Your Honor, I would stipulate to probable cause. I have reviewed the police report. So I would stipulate to probable cause on all 4 charges. Ask that the court enter not guilty pleas. And then I'd like to address conditions of release such that Mr. Ray Bauman could have the opportunity to appear at his next pretrial hearing out of custody. So I would like to address release conditions.
For the record, when I spoke to Mr. Ray Bauman in custody on the 31st, he was arrested on the 30th. I did find probable cause for the issuance of all 4 charges. With regard to I note the plea of not guilty. I'll hear from you with regard to conditions release. I did set very low bail on Mr. Ray.
You know, these are. I would note that while there might have been a moment, you know, as described in the police report, where he may have been very momentarily not fully cooperative, he fairly quickly did comply with officers' directives and commands, and there does seem to be on his part a little bit of maybe some confusion as to what trespass, no trespass orders or notices are in effect. You know, he would promise to appear for any future court hearings. He mentioned, you know, he needs different treatment, potentially some mental health treatment, may need some medication. He can't really get some of the things he might need, you know, in custody. So, you know, he really would like to be released and appear on one of the out of custody pretrial calendars. If the court doesn't modify the conditions of release and leaves him in custody, I would ask that the pretrial hearing be set in 2 weeks.
Did he have a position? That's it. Mr. Ray Bauman, you have quite a history here with us. I am going to release you on your promise to appear, and also on your promise, I'm hoping that law-abiding behavior. You'll stay out of trouble, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
You don't enjoy being where you are. I don't enjoy having to keep you there, but let's take a chance again, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
reset the matter for a pretrial on Mr. Ray Bauman, June 20th, 10 a.m. We'll be giving your attorney a copy of the order, and you as well. The jail will get a copy of the order. And I'm hoping that you stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and appear for court on June 20th. Now, as you know, if you don't appear on the 20th, a warrant will go out for your arrest if we don't hear anything from you, and you're going to wind up back there again. Okay. Any questions at all?
No,
Mr. Ray Bauman, good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're gonna get out. Anthony? How's it going? Good. How's it going? You ready? Okay. Oh, there. Yeah.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Anthony Edward Wing?
Yes,
Mr. Haverco is your attorney. I'll turn to him for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. So he comes before the court this morning on three separate cause numbers, total of 4 charges, all on for pretrial hearing. I believe the parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea of guilty to the criminal trespass second-degree charge on the cause number, item number 3, ending in 779. And then also entering a plea to the criminal trespass second-degree charge on the other charge on item number 5, ending in 372. And then as part of the plea agreement and upon the court's acceptance of those pleas, the city would then move to dismiss case number, item number 4, ending in, it looks like 196. My copy of the calendar is a little light here, but it looks like it's ending in 196. But that's the item number 4 in the 830 calendar, which is malicious mischief, criminal trespass second degree, those 2 matters to then be dismissed on the court's acceptance of the plea.
Mr. Wing, do you disagree with anything that Mr. Haverco just said on your behalf?
no,
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 2 counts of criminal trespass second degree. One alleged to have occurred on June 21st, the other on July 23rd of 2022, the year before last. Criminal trespass second degree is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Regardless of what's recommended, if I accept the plea, I would be free to impose up to the maximum. You realize that?
He's asking if you understand he has the authority to censure to the maximum. All
Yeah.
judges do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you understand?
yeah,
Your attorney, and if you had any questions at all about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to criminal charges, was your question answered?
yes,
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. You realize that?
yes,
Do you have any questions of me?
no,
As to 1 count of criminal trespass alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 21st, the second offense alleged to have occurred on July 23rd within the city of Yelm. How do you plead guilty or not guilty to 2 counts of criminal trespass second degree?
guilty,
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
no,
We'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. The recommended sentence is 90 days in jail on each charge, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. No recommendation for any fine. Is that correct, Mr. Haverco?
Yeah, that's correct. These are old cases. This is an agreed recommendation, basically just credit for time served and the balance suspended, and the city was not asking for a fine due to his indigency status.
Mr. Radfield, anything to ask? Mr. Wing, anything you'd like to tell me?
I'm sorry, I won't have the end. That's about it.
Mr. Wing, I'm not sure what I should tell you. That's, except maybe your own worst enemy here. You
I'm trying to do this for Danny.
over and over again with the same result.
That's
I'd like you to, consider just not going where you, are not supposed to be and staying out of trouble in general, okay?
Right.
Impose 90 days on each charge. All suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. That's the only condition I'm asking. Just stay out of trouble, okay?
All right, I can do that.
Screwing if, unless there's some other hold on you, which I don't think there is, you'll be released, very shortly on our charges, okay?
All right.
Good luck to you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Travico, thank you.
Thank you. Sounds great.
Yeah, so you'll be getting out in the next hour or so. And they have to fax over the paperwork. Great.
Now we can go to the 9 o'clock calendar. Is it? I'll defer to the parties for the order in which, any cases that are ready are called. I see Mr. Tuaninga here. Why don't we start there with, good morning, sir. Is your name Alexander Robert Davis?
This is Mr. Christopher Piper, for matters.
I'm sorry,
Robin,
Mr. Robinson, good morning. Sorry.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Seth Kaninga, Fugit Law Group, appearing for attorney of record, Ms. Gina Buskirk, Mr. Christopher Robinson. That would be case number 0035381. There was a motion to continue uploaded to O courts, requesting the July 18th date at 9 a.m. For the purpose of the continuance to ongoing investigation negotiation. Attached there to speedy trial waiver with commencement date of July 18th, expiration date of October 16th, 2020. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did he have any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Robinson, at the request of your attorney and yourself, we're resetting the matter to July 18th. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, and that would include stay in touch with your attorney and appear back for court on July 18th. Any question at all? I'm signing a order resetting the matter. O Courts is about as slow as I am this morning. As you leave the courtroom, I want you to go to the window outside and to the left, get a copy of today's order, look it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give your attorney a call, okay? Take care of yourself. And we will likewise be sending your attorney a copy of today's order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you have other matters.
One. Case number 380532.
Are in the courtroom? Or
I'm hearing on her application. Sorry.
Status of that matter?
And same status as previous case, Your Honor, requesting a set over to July 18th speedy trial waiver commencement of July 18th.
Mrs. Allison Ray Connor? Do I have the right case?
I don't see the minute.
First and last. Rainoman and Cognoman are correct. We'll go with.
Yes, sir.
City have any objection to resetting, Ms. Connor? Sign that order as we speak. I see, Mr. Cattenhorn also has a matter on the, 10 o'clock calendar. Are you here for that as well? or-
Wednesday, July 18th, on purpose for investigation. And
Did you have any objection?
no.
Resetting the matter to 9 o'clock on July 18th. Electronically signing the document as we speak. Mr. Davis, Lex.
805-38042, joining us via Zoom. Okay. He said he should be joining us plenty early before he can possibly. Please let me step out. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sometimes 20 minutes is not enough to resolve technological issues.
Oh, of course, for giving me all.
That's,
Thank you.
hey, Stuanica, thank you, and we'll keep an eye open and let you know when it's ready. So, anybody else on? Come on up, come on up.
This is Brooks Bradley.
Morning, sir. Full name, Bradley Dale Brooks, II.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Matthew White appearing with Mr. Brooks to my left. This is a defense motion to continue to July 18th. Preparation for that, I did go over the waiver of speedy trial with my client. I believe he's waiving that knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. We just need a little bit more time to discuss the case with the city.
City, have any objection? No, Your Honor. Mr. Brooks, resetting the matter at the request of your attorney and yourself to July 18th. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. And that would include stay in touch with your attorney and reappear as directed. Signing the order electronically as we speak. If O Courts lets me do that. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Sign the order, get a copy at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you back here on July 18th. Take care of yourself. Thank you. That's Mr. Ansing.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Mark Sternick. I'm standing in for Mr. Ansing. I'm here on the Justin Mora matter. Your Honor, this is a motion to continue. I believe Mr. Ansing has filed the motion to continue with waiver in O Courts, and we're just asking for a date of July 18th. And just for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Ansing is recently retained and still waiting to get discovery in this matter.
Looking at the motion in order in O Courts, includes a speedy trial waiver. Next commencement date of July 18th, the date of the next order. City, have any objection to a reset? At the request of the council, we are resetting the matter to July 18th. Copy will be sent to Mr. Moore as well as to Mr. Ansing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, no, we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, council.
Morning, Mr. Gargo. That's we'll call your matter at this time. You're here on behalf of, I believe, Jonathan Liu.
Correct, Your Honor, and good morning. For the record, Tony Garjewel, on behalf of my client, he is appearing through counsel pursuant to 3.4. Your Honor, this is a defense motion to continue. I am asking for the August 1st date, I believe, was the date that I selected. Asking for that date. I'm gone on the July date on vacation. So we did execute a waiver from 8/1 with a I believe it would be 9, 10, 11 October expiration date, but just asking for a continuance for further negotiation and investigation, waiting on a video that we're trying to get our hands on.
Touch with your client, I am assuming, waive his presence. City have any objection?
No objection.
I've signed the order resetting the matter to August 1st. That concludes the matter. Copy will be sent to Mr. Geigo and to Mr. Liu. Have a good vacation.
Thank you. You guys take care.
You as well. Anybody else here for the 9 o'clock calendar? Ms. Bowden is not on, and I don't see her.
I received an email from Ms. Bowden saying that she was going to be here in person.
Oh, she is. Okay. And this is who? Last name? Mr. Simmons, good morning. Take your matter now. The docket is telling me you weren't financially eligible for the public defender. Where are we? Simmons, what you could do is ask for enough time to ask for the matter to be set over. That's you have a right to represent yourself. However, it's far preferable to be represented by an attorney. If you're asking for a reset, of course, there's the speedy trial consideration, which if you're out of custody, kind of works against you a little bit. You're willing to have a new commencement date of the next available court date. We'll set the matter to June 20th. That is a little surprising that you're not hearing from any lawyer at all. You're leaving messages and nobody calls you back. Simmons will give you a notice. Can you pick that up? Counter. Okay. Mr. Simmons, we're resetting the matter to June 20th. Give you a couple of weeks to do what you can. Get a copy of the notice resetting the matter at the counter outside the courtroom to your left. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Simmons, good luck to you. Hopefully, don't give up. See, there's a lot of lawyers, and many of them are looking for clients, but they keep trying. What? Davis is, Mr. Davis apparently is, trying to
Thank
find.
you, Your Honor. Apologies. Technologically.
Mr. Davis, you're present. Are you now able to hear me? I see you're unmuted maybe. And did connect. Mr. Davis, are you able to hear me? Good morning. Are you able to hear me? Mr. Davis, I can see you, but I'm not hearing anything. Go ahead, say something. Mr. Davis, you're going to need to activate a microphone or unmute yourself, something.
When we were attempting to diagnose his PC, he did say he had died.
It looks like he may have
He
frozen.
just texted me.
Mr. Davis, I can now see you. Can you hear me? Refrozen.
Your Honor,
Can you hear me now?
I just need to suggest that, I guess.
Well, that may have done the job. Mr. Davis, good morning. Are you able to hear me now? Down again. Now you're unmuted.
Hello?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
No, I think if that's just.
Mr. Davis, if you can contact him, we'll send him a notice resetting the matter. June 20th is going to work? July 18th? What's going to work?
I think June 20th. We can't hear you today. We're just saying that.
Looks like there's possibly a resolution. Mr. Davis, we're setting the matter over to June 20th due to communication issues here. Stay in touch with your attorney and we'll readdress the matter on June 20th. Hopefully you'll be in a better location with better reception. Good luck to you. You can sign off.
All right, thank you.
It's Mr. Tuaniga, you can get a copy of the notice at the window. Yeah. It looks like there's a potential resolution I see in
You can hear us?
the picture's frozen. Tuaniga, thank you. You take care. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Is now here. Got cases you can call, proceed to that. We're ready for that now.
First, let's, Gloria Facts.
Looks like the motion is to reset to July 18th. That's agreed between council.
It is, Your Honor.
I'll sign the sign copy of the reset order to be sent to Ms. Backus and to Mr. Anderson. Anyone here for the 10 o'clock calendar? 9:45. Certainly do. Morning. Ms. Shovelin, come on up and is your name Talia K. Shovelin? Ms. Shovelin, the citation I have alleges that on or about April 16th of 2017, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf with regard to this matter, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case if you're indigent and desire his services. Mr. Haverco, a plea on behalf of Ms. Shuffleman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate probable cause as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial.
If you have. You were, sure you were held on. Remember when you were in the jail, you were held on something else.
Yeah, and then I thought, not this time, but all the way back in 2017,
You made
I
that.
was held on the first time. That's not even being brought first. My third time.
What we're going to do is reset the matter to July 18th. This will require some discussion with between you and your attorney and maybe a little investigation on his behalf. But I'm glad to finally have 2017.
Okay.
This morning, we dealt with a case from 2006, so we're just catching up with old business, I guess. Good to finally see you here in person. Any warrant will be quashed, resetting the matter for the pretrial.
All right.
Conditions of release, of course, of law-abiding behavior, reappear for court on July 18th, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Make sure he has your contact information.
All right. Thank
Now, what I want you to do is get a copy of today's order.
you. And I'm on UFC and I'm giving that. Shipping.
Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And again, Mr. Haverco, you got contact information? And Mr. Haverco's contact information will be on the order you're going to get. So again, see you back here in July. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay. Still working on the 9 o'clock calendar. Anybody here unrepresented by an attorney? And your name, sir? John Smith? Yes. Mr. Smith, you were a little late. You were supposed to be here at 8:15. Come on up. This goes back to a DUI, a data violation back on December 30th of 2022. Because you weren't here, I ordered a warrant for your arrest. What we're looking for and what we need is an assessment, drug and alcohol assessment, and any recommended treatment. Where are we on that?
My insurance.
So what do we do? That sort of puts you in a position of having to take care of yourself. You don't. Are you doing anything towards that at all? Or? What would you like me to do? Impose jail time in lieu of what would you want me to do?
Give me an extension.
What now?
Give me an extension.
How much time do you need? That I can gladly do. That's if you're willing to, exert some effort towards complying with the court order. How about we reset the matter to July 18th? That gives you more than a month to shop around, do what you can do. That's it. Okay. Any issues, any problems in the meantime? How's life going?
It's hard.
Not working?
Luckily, I have to talk.
That's at least a step in the right direction. Mr. Smith, yeah, this is Mr. Smith from the 8/15 calendar, resetting the matter to July 18th. He needs time. While he was incarcerated, he lost his insurance, which sort of puts him behind the 8 ball. Mr. Smith, signing the order, resetting the matter to July 18th. You know, I'm not a great believer in incarceration except to in matters of public safety. The most important thing to me is that there not be any reoffense, you know, no repetition of the same thing. That's the most important thing. But tell me, when do you need any like self-help groups, AA meetings or anything like that? If you need something like that and that you think would do any good, or maybe it's totally unnecessary, I don't know. That's the purpose of the evaluation. I'm not an expert in that field. What I want you to do is exert best efforts, and mostly what I want you to do is stay out of trouble. Resetting the matter to July 18th. You can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom. You do have a car. That's I hope things get better from there. Any questions? Good luck. This must have been a field.
Pardon me?
Well, the matter, it's set for 9 o'clock, pretrial with, Brianna Faulkner. Apparently field booked and given, by the officer, the hearing date and time, but she apparently, set for 9 o'clock. It's now 10:20, roughly.
I haven't had any contact, obviously, it's the night.
It's
So
one of
I have
the,
no information as to her, whereabouts.
it's one of the loitering, drug-related, cases, no surprise. City wish warrant,
Yes.
1,000 cash or bond. Excuse me. Do we have here,
This is Ms. Candidate. She is number 3 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
morning, ma'am, Marjorie Lynn Kennedy would be your true and correct name. Matter set for a pretrial. I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for the status of the matter.
I think, Your Honor, the matter comes before the court on a pretrial hearing for theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement. That being she intends on entering a straight plea to the charge. City's gonna recommend all suspended jail time, $250 probation fee. Only conditions, no new criminal law violations at the end of the period, the case just to be closed.
Ms. Kennedy, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you disagree at all with
No.
anything that your attorney just said?
No.
I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 55 years of age. Any issues at all, reading, understanding, going over the plea process with your attorney?
No.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no witnesses, no trial, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum, which would be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. Theft in the 3rd degree being a gross misdemeanor, that would be the penalty. With that in mind, as to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 22nd, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
No.
Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense which you're pleading to. Mr. Haverco has indicated what the recommended sentence is. Mr. Haverco, anything to add to that?
Just ask the court to follow it.
Mr. Ratfield, anything to add?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy, you've heard the recommendation as well. Anything you'd like to tell me? You have a right to tell me anything you think I should know or want me to know. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Okay. I think the recommendation is a fair one. I'll impose 90 days in jail, but suspend all of it on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. That's the only thing I'm requesting. There is a $250 probation monitoring fee that I'll assess. If you have any issues at all making the payments for that, let us know and we can certainly deal with that. But the most important thing is just learn from the incident and don't repeat it. Right? All I can do is wish you the best of luck. I'm going to sign off on the judgment and sentence. Now, what I want you to do is, this takes me a minute. I probably shouldn't do this and talk to you at the same time. I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question at all, give Mr. Haverco a call. Okay. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Thank you for your patience, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Haverco will likewise be given a copy of today's paperwork, and that'll stating the JNS in open court. Payments on the probation fee, 25 a month, first payment due July 6th. And again, as I indicated, if you can't make the payments, just let us know. We can deal with it.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, free to go and just take a left. We'll get a copy.
Don't forget to get a copy of the paperwork.
Thank you.
Next matter will be Serena Villegas. It's item numbers 9 and 10 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Serena Rose Villegas? Defer to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Yeah, that's what- So I think the parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 2 years. Count 2 to be dismissed outright today, just dismissed straight away. And then on count 1, continued for 2 years on all of the standard conditions, DUI conditions, the DUI fine, they're all listed in the document. Alcohol, drug information, evaluation within 90 days, victim impact panel, don't drive without a license and insurance, all those things in the form. If she complies, she believes she doesn't probably actually have a problem, so she believes she'll probably wind up being suggested to the alcohol drug information school. At the end of the 2-year period, if she abides by all of the conditions as part of the agreement, the city would then move to amend the charge to negligent driving in the first degree.
Ms. Villegas, do you disagree with anything at all that Mr. Havercoat just said? You were originally charged with driving under the influence of intoxicants. Also, a licensing issue you were cited for, that is being dismissed. With regard to the DUI charge, that is being the subject of an agreement here, under the terms of which 2 years down the road, you can have this charge amended to negligent driving in the first degree, which is a much, much less serious charge than DUI. But you need to abide by the conditions. The conditions, the number one and most important is law-abiding behavior, especially when it comes to alcohol-related driving offenses. The next one is that there'll be a fine in the amount of $990.50, which has to be paid by the end of the period of continuance. You're to get a drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended treatment. At least get the evaluation and have proof on file within 90 days. Now, if you violate this agreement and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and more likely than not, you'd be found guilty of DUI. That would lead to the potential of significant jail time, license suspension, and all kinds of bad things happen. You have a very good resolution of this matter. It's up to you to take advantage of it, okay? There's also a couple of infractions here. Any agreement on the?
We're proposing the city dismiss the first infraction. She'll admit the second infraction, $150.
You admit that on April 14th, you didn't have a valid registration. See? Oh, success, that's, on second thought, let me take that back and just dismiss those citations. I'm going to do that on my own motion. With the amount of money you're obligated to pay on the SOC, that's I think that's more than sufficient in this matter. Ms. Villegas, the DUI penalties there's a reason for that, and that's the number of people we kill. You read about every day, you read somebody dying in the automobile accident, and alcohol was involved, or drugs, one or the other. I'm signing off on the agreement. What I'll want you to do is get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left, read it over carefully, and give Mr. Havercoat a call if you have any questions. But it's important that you abide by it. If we don't learn from our mistakes, we're condemned to repeat them, and I want this to be a first and only time that you're in this kind of trouble. Good luck to you. Any questions at all? Take care of yourself. And if you have any issue at all making the fine payments, let us know. Give Mr. Everco a call and we can certainly deal with that. We'll have another hearing. Take care of yourself.
Nothing. Just free to go, just check in with the clerk, get a copy of the paperwork before we go. Yeah, yeah. If we could take up, going back to the 9:45 calendar, Lynn Johnson is now here.
Johnson,
From the 9:45. William, Steve.
Good afternoon. Or still morning. Johnson, the matter is set for a pretrial hearing.
I don't think she and I have met because I think she had previously failed to appear. If we have time today, we could try to resolve it today. Do you have time today to? Okay. Well, I mean, can you be here for the next half hour to an hour? Okay. Why don't we just recall that? Maybe we can.
We'll come back to that matter,
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
Glad to see you finally here. That's a good thing. Always a good idea to get these things behind you.
Yeah, just reseat yourself.
Have a seat,
Yeah.
either in or outside the courtroom, and we'll get back to the matter. We'll be in a brief recess. We're back on record. Ms. Bowden, good morning again. If you have any matters ready to O Courts is a problem in O Courts. That's such a redundancy, I'm pretty sure. Morning, sir. Once again, for the record, your name is Jared C. Peck Darian.
Yes, sir.
I'll defer to your attorney. Tell you what I'm doing. I'm looking at the SOC in the O Court system. Unless the city has an objection, I provide a breathalyzer. Mr. Pegdary, what I'm looking at it is a SOC, Stipulated Order of Continuance is the kind of the official name of it. What it actually is a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which one serious charge, reckless driving, can be dismissed 12 months down the road. And the other very serious charge, DUI, can be amended, reduced to negligent driving in the first degree. Now, there's some conditions here. The most important one is no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to alcohol, drug-related driving offenses. Any condition, these lengthy agreements for any sort of, yes, there is. Drug and alcohol evaluation within the next 90 days, get the evaluation and file proof with us. If there's an issue, let's find out what it is, deal with it, and put it behind you. That's a costs, I believe, are in the amount of $250, if I read that correctly. Mr. Pecdary, this being a contract, if you violate it, you've given in return for what you're going to get out of this, you've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses, go to a jury appeal if you lose. If you violate the agreement, we'll come back, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would very likely put you in a position where you're convicted of 2 very serious driving offenses. I've remarked many times, and I firmly believe that a DUI conviction wreaks more havoc on a person's life than any number of felony convictions. You have a lot there. Your attorneys put you in a position where you've got about as good a result as you could possibly hope for in here, but it's up to you to take advantage of it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. there any agreement regarding the speeding ticket? I'm inclined to dismiss that.
Thank you.
What I want you to do is, when you go to the window, get a copy of today's agreement, the SOC, the contract. Look it over very carefully. And if you have any questions, give your attorney a call and she'll cheerfully answer your questions. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, I can't emphasize strongly enough that, a DUI and a reckless driving, that is nothing you want on your driving record. And for a lot of different reasons, I'm sure that your attorneys made you aware of some of them. Good luck to you. Any questions of me?
No, sir. Thank you.
You take care of yourself and have a good life.
Thank you.
Who are we going to do next, Mr. Bishop? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, we've got Mr. Tuaninga just jumped in.
Oh.
Good morning. I have on the screen in front of me, both Mr. Tuaninga for Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Bennett is here as well. Mr. Bennett, can you now hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'll turn to your attorney to address the matter at this time.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Seth Taninga, Puget Law Group, here with Mr. Brody Bennett. As you can see, Mr. Bennett is present, but by Zoom, not in person. Mr. Bennett was unfortunately unable to secure availability to appear in person today to enter the deferred prosecution. Therefore, we are seeking to have this matter set over to the June 20th date in order to enter the deferred prosecution, Your Honor.
City, any objection to resetting the matter to June 20th? That we will cheerfully do. Mr. Bennett, we're resetting the matter to June 20th. Keep in touch with your attorney. We'll readdress the matter at that time. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order, and we'll be sending your attorney a copy as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. Thank you both. Morning, sir. Jackson Stanley for the record. Good morning. Looking at a stipulation. I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter, what we're doing here. Stanley, I'm reviewing the document that I'm looking at here. You know, and on the one hand, a conviction for reckless driving does wreak havoc with your insurance premiums, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's but apparently, you know, when probably no different when we're young and behind the wheel of a car, we're 10 foot tall, bulletproof, and we're just gonna live forever. But that's I can, from now until the sun goes down, I could tell you as long as I've lived about people that I grew up with, people I've represented, people that I live next door to, sons, daughters of good friends, they're dead. Because they did the most dangerous thing you're probably ever going to do, and that's get behind the wheel of a car and get out there on the road. If any morning news you watch, it's about the fatalities that took place last night, and that's what happens. You have a chance here to get this gone 6 months down the road by simply staying out of trouble and paying a fairly minimal fine. Because I'm hoping you've learned a lesson from this. If not, you'll certainly be back in front of me or some other judge. But again, getting behind the wheel of a car is very likely the most dangerous thing you'll ever do in your life. Signing off on the agreement, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Any questions at all? And of course, yeah, I don't need to remind you of what happens if you violate the agreement during the next 6 months. We're back here and you're looking at, in all likelihood, significant jail time and some rather catastrophic effects upon your license, your insurance, your life, etc. Good luck to you. I want you to get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Or read it over carefully, and if you have any question at all, give Ms. Bowden a call, okay? Take care of yourself. Bishop, good morning. Once again, Mr. Bishop, thanks for your patience. You take care. Have a seat. Bishop, I'm going to repeat a number of things here that you probably may have already heard me say, but I've got to make sure that you get it as well. This is an SOC, it's an agreement, a contract under the terms of which if you do what you're supposed to do and don't do what you're not supposed to do, that you get a reduction. You get a significant reduction, but that's 24 months down the road. It's which means you've got to be pretty careful in how you conduct your life over the next 2 years. Conditions of release of the continuance are, most importantly, no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to alcohol and drug related driving offenses. Pay costs in the amount of $250. Drug and alcohol evaluation, of course, sounds like you're into that at this time, but we'll need proof of that filed within the next 90 days. Now, 2 years from now, what I'm hoping is this charge will be automatically reduced to negligent driving in the first degree, which is a much less serious offense than DUI, but it still would count as a DUI in the event that there was another violation. Now, I need to make sure you understand that you've given up a number of rights to get this agreement. That's a right to go to trial, have witnesses, appeal if you lose, and all the rights that are attendant to going to trial. You're waiving those. If there's a violation, the city proves that just by a preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in nothing very good at all. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Bishop. Your attorney says you're doing some treatment. I'm glad to hear that. If we don't address the problem, if we don't resolve it, we're bound to stumble through the same trap again. Yes. Signing In order for your attorney, Mr. Bishop, I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. Your attorneys put you in a position where you can walk away from this with minimal damage, and a much better life. But, the rest of it is up to you. It's up to you to do that. You're positioned to do it, but again, it's up to you. Good luck.
Okay, thanks, Your Honor.
Ms. Bowden, good to see you. You take care of yourself and, drive carefully. And again, don't forget to get a copy.
We could take up the,
Now back on record,
thank you. We could
Mr.
take up-
Abaco, any matters you have ready?
Thank
we
you, Your
can
Honor.
Put on the
Uh,
calendar.
We could take up the matter of, on the 10 o'clock calendar, if we could take up the matter of Kevin Bingaman. Kevin, I believe the city has a motion.
If your, city moves to dismiss without.
Bingaman, I don't see anything in no courts, but there will be in a moment. The order will, I'm assuming, is in the works. Mr. Bingaman, for whatever reason, the city has chosen to dismiss the matter without prejudice. That means they're free to refile it when they, if and when they choose to do so. Any questions? That's, you're still under the jurisdiction with regard to other matters. That's, I'll remind you that you've got a lot of suspended jail time. That's nothing, that's something you're gonna have to take up with the police department. I don't have anything to do with that. Mr. Bingaman, that concludes today's hearing. If you want a copy of the order of dismissal, you can certainly get one, but that would be at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and I have yet to sign. Good luck to you. Have a good day. I don't think we have an active warrant.
You're
Mr. Bingaman?
free to go. No, you don't have to sign it.
Take care.
Justin Davis? has a couple matters on this morning, a couple pretrial hearings,
Mr. Davis, I didn't recognize you for a minute.
yeah.
Good to see you.
So he's gonna enter a straight plea to the amended charge of criminal trespass in the second degree. And then upon the court's acceptance of that plea, the city will move to dismiss the reckless burning charge. I don't believe the city is asking for a probation fee in light of his indigency status conditions. No new criminal law violations for the next 12 months.
Davis, with that in mind, what I'm looking at in no courts here is a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of criminal trespass second degree, amended down from criminal trespass in the first degree. It also involves a dismissal of the reckless burning charge. Have you gone over the plea form in the process with Mr. Haverco? And if you had any question at all about what it meant to plead guilty to a criminal offense, was your question answered? Now, if I accept the plea, I'd be free to impose a sentence of up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 by way of fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. And if I accept the plea, you're giving up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to the crime of criminal trespass second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 15th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommended sentence is simply suspended jail time. Suspended on the condition that you stay out of trouble. And Mr. Davis, historically, that's been something of an issue. I'm sort of hoping you've turned a corner, that your presence is going to be here because you'd like to stop by and say hello instead of because you have to be, because you've got a charge to answer. Anything you'd like to tell me? No, I'm going to follow the recommendation unless the city has anything to add. 90 days all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. I'm aware of your financial situation, no fine at all. It'll be quite enough just to stay out of trouble. That is all we're asking for here. So Davis, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and I'll leave it at that. You take care. I will.
Thank you. Michael Farley. So on the 11 o'clock calendar, Michael Farley, it's item number 6. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a malicious mischief, third degree domestic violence charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. The matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition that he not commit new criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time the city would dismiss.
Morning, sir. For the record, is your name Michael James Farley? Mr. Farley, you've entered into an agreement with the city under the terms of which, if you stay out of trouble, pay $250 in costs. Over the next 12 months, the charge will be dismissed. Now, in return for the agreement to get a dismissal, you've given up your right to go to trial, the right to have witnesses. If there's a violation and the city proves that you have violated a term of the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in a finding of guilty to a criminal charge. You have a chance to get this charge dismissed. It's up to you to take advantage of that. You can pay the cost at the rate of $25 a month starting July 6th. What I want you to do, Mr. Farley, is get a copy of today's agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully. Give Mr. Haverko a call if you have any questions. But in the meanwhile, learn from the experience. Any questions? Good luck to you.
Good luck. Yeah. Thomas Jones?
Mr. Jones, good morning.
So this is Thomas Jones. He's item number 7 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Comes before the court for a pretrial hearing. Suspended driving, third-degree charge, ignition interlock charge. I think the parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea of guilty to count 2, interlock violation. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, the city will move to dismiss count 1, suspended driving, third degree. And the recommendation is all suspended time. So all suspended time for 12 months on the condition that he have no new criminal law violations and pay a $250 court fee.
The record, Thomas Paul Jones would be your true name. Mr. Jones, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of failure to have a ignition interlock when required by the Department of Licensing to have that. Plea form tells me you're 38 years of age. Have you gone over the process and the form with your attorney? And if you had any questions about what it meant to plead guilty, was your question answered? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. That of mine is to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock within the city of Yelm on April 12, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. For the recommendation, Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Ratfield, anything to add? Mr. Jones, anything you'd like to tell me? I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time, 364 days suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. And that would include having ignition interlock when you're driving, if required to do so by the Department of Licensing.
On the infraction matters, he may have some paperwork that he wants to show that may be relevant to whether or not he committed those infractions. So I think my understanding is on the infractions, he'd like to enter denials and have the matter, both charges set for a contested hearing, and his hope is that he'll be able to get his hands on some documentation and present it to the court at a later time.
City have a position on that? Okay.
What's up to you? You want to take care of it today, or you want to come back? What's that? Oh, you want to take care of it today? I think he's changed his mind. Okay. I think what he'd like to do, my understanding is he thinks that's going to be tougher than he thought. So I think based on that, the parties have reached an agreement, that being he'll admit to the expired registration matter, $150. And then the city, as part of an agreement, will dismiss the first infraction, the insurance ticket.
Mr. Jones, is that your understanding and your wish? Yes. That said, you admit that you had expired registration when you were cited on April 12th. That said, I think $150 would be a fair statement on that. Law does require that we have insurance and we have current registration, et cetera, et cetera. That's and fairly minor matters, but important that we comply with what's required. Jones, I'm signing the paperwork memorializing what we've done here today. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom. Now, the important thing is stay out of trouble. Less important by far is the money. It's important, but not very. That's so if you have any problem making the payments, let us know. We can certainly work with that. Okay. Mr. Jones, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Morning again.
This is Lynn Johnson on the 9:45 calendar, item number 2. Had her, was scheduled for a pretrial hearing on, and I think parties have reached an agreement. She intends on entering a straight plea guilty to the interlock violation. On the court's acceptance of the plea, city would move to dismiss suspended driving 3rd degree. Recommendation would be all jail time suspended for 12 months on the condition she commit no new criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, and she'd like to make payments.
For the record, is it Lynn Ellen Johnson? It's a, Ms. Johnson, do you disagree with anything your attorney just said? I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. Memorializes a dismissal of the DWS 3rd charge. Have you gone over the plea process and the form with Mr. Haverco?
Yes.
And if you had any questions about what it meant to plead guilty, did Mr. Haverco answer your questions? Anything you'd like to ask me?
No.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
Yeah.
That in mind is to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock on March 9th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Yeah.
Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Anything you'd like to tell me? Think I should know? I think the recommendation is a good one. $250 fine, 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. These requirements, ignition interlock, et cetera, they drop off after a while, but after compliance, if there's no compliance, they just kind of hang there forever. So get that behind you. Get that behind you, and of course, part of that process is law-abiding behavior, especially when it comes to driving offenses. Ms. Johnson, good luck to you. What I want you to do is get a copy of the paperwork today at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over, and if you have any question at all, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Thank you for appearing. Good to see you. It's at last. You take care of yourself.
Mr. Seibert's online at all? Or? Okay. So I have a few folks, not a whole bunch, but a few folks I need to talk to. I think I need to speak with Mr.
William Seibert's in the courtroom. Don't see him.
Well, just for the court's information on Mr. Seibert's, let's see. And so technically he's not very late. It's only 11:12
We'll wait.
in the morning, but
We'll wait.
I talked to him yesterday and about 4:30 in the afternoon, we talked about his case. We had pretty much a resolution. He asked me if he could appear by way of Zoom, and I told him that I didn't have the authority to tell him that he had permission to do that. Rather, when we hung up, he needed to call the court immediately and talk to the court clerk, ask them to ask the judge, Your Honor, if Your Honor would approve it. So anyway,
Nothing happened. Well, we'll just come back to that, man. That's before we go off record, just the matter of, Stephen Mark Norton, that's page 5, docket numbers 12 and 13. He did, email in saying that he was, in the process of hiring an attorney, but, did have a conflicting, court date up in Tacoma. I'm going to note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes and reset the matter to, June 20th with, notice to be sent to, Mr. Norton. Butler, good afternoon.
So this is Josh Butler, item number 4 on the 11 o'clock calendar, comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft and criminal trespass charge. Parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea to count 1, theft. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, city will move to dismiss count 2, the criminal trespass. Recommendation is suspended jail time, 12 months, no criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee. He indicated to me he's gonna have some employment opportunities, and so I did ask him if he thought he could pay that on him over time, and he said he thought he could. So we're ready to proceed.
I need to clarify for the record that you are Josh Butler.
Yeah.
That's it. Mr. Butler, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree, which and it also references a dismissal of the criminal trespass. 1st degree charge. Plea form tells me you're 32 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea process? Gone over the plea form with Mr. Everco? And if you had any questions, were your questions answered? Anything you'd like to ask me? Now, if I accept the plea, do you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5? No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. This being a gross misdemeanor. You realize that? That of mine is to 1 count of theft 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 21st, 2024. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Heard the recommendation, Mr. Butler. Anything you'd like to tell me? That's wonderful. That's great. Does the city or Mr. Everco have anything to add? I'm going to follow the recommendation. Mr. Butler, over the period of time we've dealt with one another, life has been kind of up and down with you, back and forth. I never, just don't give up, okay? You're doing well now. Keep doing well. And but yeah, you take care of yourself. Be well, be good. I follow the recommendation. 364 all suspended. $250 probation monitoring fee. $25 a month. If there's a problem making the payments, just let us know. Just let us know. When things are going well with you, they're going very well, but sometimes things go off the rail, and that's just how life is. But I want you to remember, it's the important thing isn't how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get back up. So just, yeah, you're up, stay up. That's it. That's great. You're apparently, when things are going well, you're apparently a very good worker and a valued employee. So you take care of yourself and good luck. Mr. Butler, what I'm going to do is sign the necessary paperwork. I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left.
Take care.
And if you have any questions about what it means, give Mr. Everco a call, okay?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Butler, thank you. You take care of yourself.
Then there's a few folks I need to, not a whole bunch that I need to meet with. Mr. Barrett? Cyber's on? Okay, just wait a second.
Aha.
Yeah, we're ready on somebody. Okay, great. Sounds good.
I'm still muddling through O courts here. One more moment. And we're there. Almost. Mr. Syberts, I see you're present, Zoom was, could you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Yes.
Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
Mr. Syberts.
Okay. Yes.
He's going to speak on your behalf and we'll resolve your matter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dan Haberko for the.
Okay.
This is a matter of William Sybert's matter comes on today for a pretrial hearing on a suspended driving first degree charge. I think the parties have reached an agreement. He is going to plead guilty to the amended charge of suspended driving in the second degree. The city is going to recommend all suspended jail time, 364 days in jail, all suspended for 12 months on the condition that he not commit new criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee. I did advise him that suspended second in the second degree comes along with a 1-year license suspension for that charge. Advised him that. We also did talk about the fact that as charged, since he does have a prior suspended first degree charge, if he were convicted of first degree, I think it's mandatory jail time. I looked it up. It's 90 days in jail.
Yes.
So, you know, I feel this is a good resolution and ask the court to inquire.
Mr. Syberts, for the record, is your name William, middle initial J, Joseph Syberts? Is that your full name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Syberts, I'm looking at his.
Yes, sir. I'm a junior as well.
Go ahead, say that again.
I think he said he's.
I'm a junior as well. So it's William.
Joseph Syberts Jr.
Yeah. William Joseph. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
We'll note that. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of driving while license suspended or revoked in the second degree. Have you gone over, discussed the matter, the plea with Mr. Haverco?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
And if you had any questions at all, were they answered by your attorney?
Yes, my attorney's awesome, and he explained it all to me. I understand, Your Honor.
Now,
No more driving for me.
if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 1 day less than a year in jail and a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
I understand, Your Honor.
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty to 1 count of driving while license suspended or revoked second degree occurring within the city of.
I plead guilty. I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats to make plead guilty?
No.
I'm going to find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, Mr. Syberts. I've heard the recommendation. Is there anything you'd like to tell me about anything you think I should know?
I think it's all already, it's pretty transparent, Your Honor. I have nothing else to add.
But I want you to.
I know I messed up.
That happens. But no, you need to remember that the DWLS first degree, yes, there's some pretty heavy jail time that's mandatory if you're convicted of that. Now, so it's very important that you don't drive until your license is reinstated or at least reduced. And as a result of this conviction, yes, the Department of Licensing will resuspend or they'll add a year onto your suspension. Okay. I'm going to follow.
Okay, my girlfriend's gonna drive for me now.
That's, if you have that's great. Suspended jail time, 364 days, $250 fine. The important thing is don't drive. The fine, you can make payments on that. And if you have trouble making the payments, what I want you to do is get a hold of us, okay? Let us know.
Okay,
Mr. Seibert?
yes, Your Honor.
What we're gonna do is send you a copy of the paperwork from today. I want you to read it over carefully and then give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions, okay?
Okay,
Do that.
I will do.
That, I'm gonna wish you good luck and tell you it's time to sign off.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. You said the payment was a $25 minimum?
Yes. 25.
Okay,
You bet.
thank you, Your Honor. And when do I have to make my first payment?
July 6th. And if you can't
Okay,
make payments, make sure you just let us know.
all right.
We'll
I'll
deal.
make a payment, Your Honor. I will.
Mr. Cybers, good luck.
All
You
right.
take care.
Thank you, and thank you, Attorney.
Entirely welcome.
All right, bye.
Goodbye. Hey, Jen. Pardon? Oh, sir.
Give me just a second here. I need to fill out a motion for a continuance on Mr. Sanchez. Come on.
Mr. Ronald Sanchez.
Correct.
Good morning, sir. We'll wait till your attorney's ready to proceed and we'll address your man.
Sign on this. So this is Ronald Sanchez. We put into Old Courts a motion for a continuance. Parties would just like a little bit of additional time to discuss the matter.
June
So,
20th.
So we would
July
just ask to
18th.
reset it in the ordinary course, whenever you next have a not super full, calendar. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
That
sorry.
just locks us out.
There we go. Yeah.
July 18th has got to be it, probably.
Sure.
Mr. Sanchez, we're resetting the matter to July 18th at your request and the request of your attorney. In the meantime, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, and we'll see you back here on July 18th. I'm signing the order of reset. And what I want you to do is get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and make sure you stay in contact with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here in July. Any questions at all?
Okay, and we'll talk more.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Britton. Go ahead and sign on. So this is Killian Barrett. He's got 3 matters on here. So he's gonna, I think parties have an agreement, which is he's gonna enter a straight plea to item number 2 on the 11 o'clock, the violation of harassment, no contact order. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, city is actually just gonna move to amend the suspended driving second case to the typical infraction we do here with suspended driving 3rd degree, because his suspended status now is 3rd degree. And then I believe on the mitigation matter, the city would move to dismiss the first one, the insurance ticket, and then admit to the second one, $150.
What's your full name? Killian Tyrone Barrett. That's do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said?
Yeah.
You're on board with what he's told me is the disposition here, what you want to do? I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty here in Old Courts to 1 count of violation of a harassment no contact order, and 1 count of driving license suspended or revoked 2nd degree.
He's not pleading to that. The city is going to amend that to no valid operator's license. It's going to become an infraction. I wasn't sure how to do it in the form.
I'm not seeing that in Old Courts.
It came when I put in the no ball, it came up with jail time options. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can change. Oh, you want me to do that or I can get back? Okay. It just confused me. I wasn't sure how that worked. Oh, okay. 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 Good to know. Okay. Thank you.
Dealer list 2 is now Noval.
Yes,
Second.
yeah,
And there is a plea to the no violation of the no contact.
correct.
Let's see. Mr. Barrett, now with, it looks like, well, let's do this in reverse order. You admit that on March 23rd, you didn't have a valid operator's license on your person. And on March 23rd, you admit that you had expired, an expired registration. 150 each is the recommendation?
Yes,
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of violating the terms and conditions of a no contact order. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended. Do you realize that? Yeah. Plea form tells me you're 30 years of age. Have you discussed the matter fully with Mr. Averco? And if you had any questions at all about what it meant to plead guilty to a criminal offense, it's a question answered. The rights in paragraph 5, they're gone. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. You know that. That's it. That of mine is to violating the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a no contact order within the city of Yelm on March 23rd, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make plea guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Averco, I understand the recommendation to be all jail time suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior, especially when it comes to no contact orders, and a $250 fine
yes.
is being recommended.
Yeah.
So do you have any input? Mr. Barrett, anything you'd like to tell me? I've heard the recommendation. Anything you want me to know? Now's the time. You don't have to say anything. These no contact orders, they're there for a reason. They're pretty serious. You know, it's very important that you abide by that until that's modified or lifted by you. Follow the recommendation, 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Pay a $250 fine. Now that's the least important thing is the money. You know, the most important thing is stay out of trouble. Any questions at all? What I'm going to do is sign the paperwork involved in the case. I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over, and if you have any question, give Mr. Averco a call. Any question to me? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Before you go, I think that you should sign. There's some stuff you gotta sign. What are the other ones he needs to, there's a bunch of documents. What are the ones he needs to sign?
Just the
Oh,
details, I think. There are
Oh,
other
okay.
ones. No signature required.
Okay, okay, thank you. See, done? Or-
Mr. Barrett, that concludes the matter. Again, get a copy of the paperwork and good luck to you. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dietrich? This is Ms. Dietrich from the 10 o'clock calendar.
Crystal Star, Dietrich.
We put into O courts a motion for continuance. The parties are having ongoing discussions of given her CDL. We're trying to figure out a way to deal with her case.
Good luck with that. July 18th?
Sure. Is that okay? Works.
Dietrich, we're resetting the matter to July 18th, 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm signing an order to that effect. What I want you to do is get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Any question at all, give Mr. Averco a call. Stay in touch. Okay? Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Take care.
And I believe that's, other than a couple of FTAs, which we can deal with later.
Certainly.
That includes everybody I have. Ms. Moyne is here for the, bench trial.
I thought I saw her a while ago. It's, may as well just start.
If you don't mind, let me take a very, very quick break.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Oh, absolutely. Went back on record for a 12 o'clock bench trial party.
Yeah. That's correct, Your Honor.
City ready to proceed?
Ready?
Defense ready to
Yeah,
proceed?
defense is ready.
Any opening statement from the city?
Your Honor, the city's waiting.
Any opening statement from the defense?
Defense will waive as well.
City may call its first witness.
Your Honor, city calls Officer Brian Mooney as its first witness.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing. Thank you. Your witness.
Officer Mooney, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes. Officer Brian Mooney, Brian, last Mooney, Mooney.
Officer Mooney, where do you work?
I work for the City of Yelm Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer in Yelm?
I've been employed with the City of Yelm as a police officer since November of 2021.
And you work for the police?
I work for the Department of Defense as a military police officer.
And how
6 years. I got behind the vehicle. See lights. The vehicle. Driver's attention. Building. got behind the vehicle. She had just made the to 93rd to go south, so it wasn't very fast. 20 to 25. So vehicle took a right. Vehicle sped. So at that point, due to the uneven terrain, there was probably 30 miles. Exit the vehicle, began getting to the ground. So I didn't need to stop, that she was outside of the city limits and in Thurston County. She was in the driveway.
Examination?
How close were you behind the vehicle when you were pursuing the vehicle?
So there was no pursuit. Distance from the vehicle.
How would you describe the road? Is it really narrow? Is there a place to really pull over? Or if you stop, you wind up kind of in the middle of the road at that point, or?
Well, on 93rd, the first road is dirt road.
I don't have any further questions.
No redirect, no further witnesses? City rests.
So the defense would like to call Ms. Moyna.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, be seated. Mr. Haverco will ask you questions.
So you just heard Officer Mooney testify, regarding what happened. Can you recall for the court here what happened that evening?
Could you speak up a little bit, the acoustics?
If you want, maybe you can talk to the
Speak into the,
Okay,
Like-
I was on my way home and I was almost to 93rd and I took a left. And there was no police officer behind me when I turned to go to 93rd at all. So I got down 93rd, just a little bit past where the school tennis is, and that's where I turned at the mailboxes. And I had a very small little convertible window. And I was just tired. I wanted to go home and he was not behind me. He was not behind me when I turned on my driveway. And my driveway is only just, not even hardly maybe a block off of where you turn off the 93rd. And I was going up my driveway, which is about a quarter-mile long. And there's no place to pull over. And that's when I seen his lights, is when I was starting up my driveway. and you did not put a siren on. He did not put no siren on whatsoever. I would have heard that, and there was no siren. We've had issues at my house before with our ex-roommate who's handicapped. So I thought, well, when I seen his lights, what's going on now? And so I thought maybe it was Thurston County Police behind me, so I just kept going up my driveway, and besides that, Your Honor, I brought pictures of it's a ditch on both sides of the driveway. Even if I wanted to stop, there's no place to stop, and he'd be walking in the ditch, and we have very extreme driveway, and it just, this is why I didn't, I kept going, and then as soon as I got up to the top of the hill and did not put a siren on whatsoever. When I got to the top of the hill of my driveway, I shut off my car, and I got out and I said, "Can I help you, officer?" And he said, "Turn around and put your hands behind your back," and he handcuffed me, sets me on top of the bumper. You could clearly see who I was. And then right after that, another officer comes up, and he talks to him for a minute or two away from me, and the other officer comes up to my car and flashes he said I didn't have a license plate. Well, I have a permit right there on the front of my window where it was last fall when you stopped my daughter last fall, and you had to take off really fast. And you said, "Ben, where's your license?" I said, "I got a permit in the front," and that's exactly where I had the permit, was in the front, because the little window in the back is not big enough to put any paper because you wouldn't be able to see out. And so I said, so anyway, he's talking to the other officer. The other officer comes up to my car while I'm sitting on the bumper, flashes his light on my car and says, "It's good." Well, yeah, the permit is good. I get a permit for when I need to run around and do something in my car for a couple days because my daughter was using my truck that weekend. So I get a permit, $30 to run around in my car, which is more comfortable than a work truck. And as soon as I said, "Can I help you, officer?" I'm being handcuffed, set on the bumper, and then when he finds out my permit is good, he was telling me that people come down my road trying to elude the police. Well, I wasn't eluding anybody. I was just going home to my house, to my driveway, and I don't even know why you wanted to stop me. If you were coming the opposite way, why did you see my
To make it clear for Ms. Moyna, is your testimony that you never see or notice the officer in the fully marked patrol car?
No, and not until I was on my driveway, and then I seen lights on my driveway as I'm going up almost over the creek. And I'm thinking, well, what's going on at my house now? Because we had problems with a lady that was renting from us. She was handicapped, and she was always calling the Thurston County Police for something. And then two other officers come up there too from Thurston County. They're thinking I'm trying to elude him by going down that road, and I never, I just go home. My house is, our address is on the Thurston County line. We are in Thurston County. But if I was on the regular street, which you were not behind me on 93rd, I would have pulled over. Just before, I pulled to the left, but you were not behind me when I pulled onto the road that goes there. And I didn't notice the lights until I was on my driveway, thinking, what's going on now at my house? So I hurried up the driveway to see what the problem was. My husband is here. He could tell you we've had several, you can check it out. We've had several reports with this lady that she's just kind of crazy and tends to get in arguments with my husband when I'm gone. And she'll call the police. One time she threw a drink in his face and, just, I can't even leave the two alone. Long enough.
So is it possible that earlier you testified that you didn't hear a siren, on Officer Mooney's, police vehicle? Is it, I don't know what your hearing is, but is it possible there was a siren that somehow you didn't hear it? Were you listening maybe a lot of music in your car?
Yeah, I had the radio on. I didn't hear the start.
What about now? This is what time was this in the evening?
This is like close to 11:30.
And so you didn't see any emergency police vehicle lights behind you, any flashing blue lights or?
Not until I got to my driveway. I mean, there's still, I could show you pictures of how bad my driveway is. I took pictures just to show you, there's no place to pull over. It's dark and there's no lights. And I was thinking what was going on at my house. So that's why I continued up my driveway. And he's thinking, he's telling me that I'm trying to leave because other people come up 93rd thinking that they're gonna get away from Yelm police because it's Thurston County there. Well, I happen to live on Thurston County and I'm just going home.
Is there, if I could just, circle back a little bit, are there any other, you've been talking about how you didn't see Officer Mooney's vehicle behind you. Is there any, testimony that you heard earlier from Officer Mooney that you particularly disagree with?
Yes,
What would that be?
he was not ever right behind me. If you were behind me at all, had it been more than half a mile up before I knew he was trying to pull, because that road next there, other people were coming out, and I didn't see you until I pulled to the creek, to the culvert. We had time straight to the culvert. Very narrow, very. Down the driveway, it's around the corner and up the steep driveway hill. But if you're not just continuing up that hill on my driveway, you will spin gravel if you stop. And if I may, I'll show you.
I leave that up to your attorney if he wants to present.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a couple of photos you wanna?
Well, just scroll to right there. See, that's,
Is that a pretty good example of?
oh, well, the point where it's a quarter-mile drive. It's just long. And there's no place to pull over, not whatsoever. Okay, let me get it. There. Okay, that's the hill that goes up to my driveway, but just go like that and you'll see all the pictures that I have.
I'll just show this to. I was just advised of this morning, Judge. We didn't, if I had had some notice, I may have tried to get these printed out.
I've been down many similar roads.
Okay.
Rural.
Well, no, I know it's in the.
Some point, was there a point maybe where you did notice the lights behind you, the emergency, police lights, but it was at a spot on the road where you felt it was unsafe?
That's my driveway.
Okay, so you just, essentially, you may have at some point knew about it, but it was unsafe to stop at that point.
I knew there was lights behind me when I jumped up the driveway. that, there's no speed limit sign. No, there's no speed limit, so, I just like want to get home, late, tired. My window is this big in the back of my car, so I was up on the hump of my driveway, then I noticed it.
Once you did notice it, because you said you have a small window, and it was up until a certain point you had noticed he was there, at some point you did. Let me ask you this, once you did notice it, how much more time did it take before you arrived at your final destination and you were pulled over by that time? Was it just a few seconds, or?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I drive like a quarter mile long, but I was, way over, halfway down the driveway when I noticed the light, and so I figured, well, something's going on. I went up to my driveway, and when I get out of the car, the officer had changed it on. I could get you for I didn't even know it was coming. He was after me. And the other officer that checked it from it says, it's good. And then they walk away. And then he changed tune about tell you to stop. Well, I'm not gonna stop until I get it. The law is you go till you can pull over safely. And there's no place to pull over on my driveway. So as soon as I got out my driveway, shut my car off. Barely was up to help the officer. He can't touch me. I have nothing but go. I said, Kellen comes outside. He sees lights. I said, Kellen, the groceries are in the car.
So, Ms. Minor, would it be, I mean, I don't want to characterize your testimony, but is what you're saying is that to the extent maybe you had stopped, it wasn't willful. You didn't willfully fail to stop.
No,
is that I mean, is that?
Yeah, I didn't. I did stop in my driveway. Well, so many other things happened.
I think at this point, I believe the defense probably rests. I think that Ms. Moynihan has testified, and the defense
No
wants
further
to continue
witnesses.
to present any additional evidence.
Cross-examination. Any redirect? Rebuttal testimony? Argument?
So I think Ms. Moynihan's position is she did not see, Officer Mooney's vehicle behind her for a significant portion of the time, and she did not realize he was there. It's difficult to, in a sense, fully understand, you know, on the one hand, how he could be behind her, yet, she might not be in a position to hear his siren or see the lights, but she did indicate that the window, you know, in the rear of her vehicle was pretty small. And so it is conceivable that she, you know, subjectively didn't understand what was happening behind her. She was cooperative once she arrived at her destination. And, you know, as she pointed out, she wasn't speeding or otherwise driving in some kind of reckless or, you know, unsafe manner. So it's her position that she just didn't see the emergency vehicle lights, nor could she hear the siren. And it would appear that had she heard it or seen that, she probably would have pulled over. But it's just what she's saying is that she just didn't see them, and there could be apparently some confusion. And at some point, it seems as though when she may have become aware of the emergency sounds and lights behind her, by that point, she was getting pretty close to where you would stop the vehicle anyway. And so I guess, I mean, the city has an argument, you know, in that she didn't stop. I mean, that's her argument. But I think that the offense really turns on really the more narrow question of, says any person who willfully fails to stop. And that's a particular state of mind, particular mens rea. And there may be facts to support she didn't stop, but that's a little bit different from whether or not she did it willfully. So this could be an instance where, from the officer's point of view, he's interpreting it as she's willfully failing to stop, but subjectively, in terms of what she's noticing and thinking, she's really not acting willfully. And she at some point did stop and was cooperative with the officer. So I would ask the court to, not that there's absolute evidence that she didn't know for sure that he was there, but I think there's some reasonable doubt here whether or not she acted willfully. So I think it's possible to even find that it could be reasonable to possibly know that the officer was behind her, but because of road conditions, the time of night, her perception of the conditions of the road, the narrowness, concerns about her safety at certain points. And then by the time, again, she gets to her destination, she does stop and is cooperative. So I would argue that this is, you know, it could be even a close call, but I would just say from a reasonable doubt standpoint, the city has not met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt that she acted willfully. So I'd ask the court to find her not guilty.
City have any? What is clear is that it was a pullover, not for a moving violation, but for an equipment violation. No license plate on the back of the car, as is required. Officer indicates that he first turned on his lights, period of time went by, turned on his siren, period of time went by. There's no testimony as to the amount of time that was elapsed from the initial behind, activate, but the distance involves a 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile. Officers are trained to note distances. This took place very close to midnight, middle of the night, full darkness. I'm quite sure, especially given the area that you were in. I'm not sure how a person could possibly miss the lights and then a siren simply because of a narrow window in the back. I do find beyond a reasonable doubt that there was a failure to willfully failure to stop and an intent to simply get home and hope the problem be resolved because I was on private. Not an egregious violation, but yes, we do have an obligation to pull over. Sentence will be 30 days in jail, all suspended on the condition there simply be law-abiding behavior. I'm not gonna impose any fine. We'll be in recess.
Uh,
Before I call you up one at a time, I need to let you know a few things. One is, it's your first court appearance, and you need to know that you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of a criminal proceeding. Mr. Havico, our public defender, will be in the courtroom shortly. He will enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and that plea will always be not guilty. Plea of not guilty is entered for one purpose, and that's so that you can get the matter continued until you can have a pretrial conference. What you need to do is decide if there's a way to resolve the case by agreement. If there is, that's then put on the record. If you can't reach an agreement about the disposition of a case, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. Mr. Haverco is going to have a seat at the council table very short. If we do, we'll take that matter first. He will be the one to enter a plea on your behalf. I always take private counsel matters first for one good reason. Private counsel is always on the clock, and I don't want to increase anybody's bill any further than it is. So, counsel, if you'd step forward and have your client take a seat, and if you would, tell me who we're dealing with here.
Of course, good afternoon, Your Honor. This one. You're with Houston Reichel.
Mr. Reichel, good afternoon. You remember talking to me on the telephone? Full name is Houston Reichel.
Houston Ryan Reichel.
Mr. Reichel, the citation I have alleges that citation alleges that on or about June 2nd, 2024, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Is there a stipulation of probable cause?
I haven't had a chance to review probable cause.
There's not a stipulation to that. Would you like to? I did find probable cause when I released him. If you want a moment to review the police reports, I certainly have. Waiver, any further advisement or right?
Yes.
Plea is not guilty. Reichel, plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pre-trial conference, which we'll set at this time. Any conditions released earlier set. We went over that when I spoke to you. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. We have pre-trials. They're held at 9 o'clock on private attorney matters. Next available court date is June 20th. And after that, we go to, I believe, July 18th. What works?
It said it's in July.
In order on today's hearing. Speak July 18th, 9 o'clock. That'll be in this courtroom. And attorneys always have the option of appearing by way of Zoom. I do like the defendant to be in court, but if you wish to appear by Zoom, you can certainly arrange that. The information will be on the today's order. Yes. Reckle, any questions? Swenson, any questions at all?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Order is now signed. And you can go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of today's order. Mr. Reckle, we'll see you back here on July 18th. You take care of yourself. In addition to the conditions earlier stated, stay in touch with your attorney and of course, appear back here on July 18th. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Baker in the courtroom. Jeffrey Baker. Good afternoon. Have a seat. William Jeffrey Lee Baker, Jr. Citation I have alleges that on or about May 26, 2024, you committed the offenses of one, driving license suspended or revoked in the second degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The second offense would be driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Mr. Baker, that also is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for conviction on each would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the case if you're indigent.
Stipulates probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Baker, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Mr. Hatfield, I noticed a previous DUI in July of 23, which was amended to a neg. City asking for any additional conditions of release.
No. So is that 489?
Mr. Baker, given the prior, in addition to the standard conditions, which are do not drive unless licensed and insured, it would appear that of the record, your license may be suspended in the second degree. No drinking and driving at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. And given the 23 offense, I'm going to order you get ignition interlock in your vehicle, file proof within the next 5 court days. Today's Thursday. By 5 o'clock Wednesday, I'll expect to have proof that you've installed ignition interlock. If you're driving. If you're not supposed to be driving, that's another condition of release, law-abiding behavior. Any questions at all? Mr. Baker will set a pretrial for July 18th, 10 o'clock. Baker, that concludes the matter. What I'll need you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Excuse me, get a copy of today's order and we'll see you back here July 18th. Any questions? Good luck. Brianne Lynn Barnett. Full name, Brianne Lynn Barnett. Ms. Barnett, as you walked in here, you were cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. The city has a standard motion in that case. The motion is to amend the charge to no valid operator's license in the second degree. Here's the difference. The criminal offense, This is a simple misdemeanor. If you're convicted of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, now this applies to a fair number of other people in the courtroom. That offense bears up to 90 days in jail. No valid operator's license on your person. That's what they call an infraction. That means if you admit the infraction, I'll impose a fine. If you deny you committed the infraction, we can set it for a contested hearing. Since there's no possibility at all of any jail time, you don't have a right to have any lawyer represent you. Any questions about anything I just said? You admit or deny that you didn't have a license? You admit? I'll assess a $150 fine. We'll set your payments on that at $25 a month. Now, Ms. Barnett, we kind of live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive to function at all. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? Perfect. I would make that a goal in life. To get your life back on track, you need to drive. Set the payments at the assessment is $150. You can pay that at $25 a month. If there's an issue, a problem making the payments, what I want you to do is let us know, and we can certainly deal with that. I want you to devote as much of your resources as you can towards reinstatement of your license. Any questions at all? I am signing an order reflecting today's disposition. Once again, I want you and everyone as they leave, get a copy of the today's order at the window. Look it over. If you have any questions, give us a call, okay? Ms. Barnett, thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself. Mark Bell. Mark Bell. Mr. Bell, it looks like the same thing applies to you. You were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. City standard motion is to amend that to NVOL, no valid operator's license. If you admit that, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny that, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions about what I just said?
No.
Do you admit or deny?
I'll admit.
And I'll ask you the same question, Mr. Bell. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? It's usually money. That's.
I took care of it.
Situation that's
I'm just waiting for
good idea to stay off from behind the wheel. The assessment 150, 25 a month, the first payment due July 6th. And again, if it becomes impossible to make the payment, let us know and we can deal with that. Pardon? You certainly can. You certainly can. I am signing the order reflecting the disposition here. If the O-Court system will let me do that. I'm signing it electronically as we speak. If you would go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, you'll A, get a copy of the today's order, and B, you'll be able to pay that if you want to do that at this time. Mr. Bell, any questions? Good luck to you, sir. Jason Bishop. Jason Robert Bishop. Mr. Bishop, the citation is for the offense of failure to transfer title within 45 days. Washington is one of 6 states where that is a criminal offense. City typically moves to amend that to bad registration, expired registration. So it's no longer a criminal offense, it's a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. But first, let me ask you if you have any questions about anything I just said. What do you want to do? You want a contested hearing? Certainly, we can do that. Pardon? Could you speak up a little bit? No, you're not. This is a civil case now. You don't get a public defender. There's no jail time. I don't know if you understood what I said. Okay, that's you're entitled to. The problem is, there's no jail time possible, which means you're not entitled to a lawyer at public expense. You can hire a lawyer if you want to. The hearing will be on June 20th at 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm signing an order to that effect at this time. No, no, I require personal appearance. Mr. Bishop, yeah, get a copy of today's order at the, when it'll have the date and time on it. Karen Nicole Boros. Karen Boros. Full name Karen Nicole Boros. Is that your full name? Ms. Boros, the citation I have alleges in honor about June 1, 2024. Is what? Correct that. The citation is for knowing possession of a controlled substance. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. You're also cited with the offense of use of drug paraphernalia. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on the conviction for that would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the provocage, Your Honor, as the court did or not guilty plea.
As far as a plea of not guilty has been entered, we're going to set the matter for a pretrial. I'll sign an order to that effect. That'll be on July 18th at 11 o'clock. What I want you to do is give Mr. Haverco your contact information. His contact information will be on the order.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. I think she wants to represent herself, Judge.
You have a right to do that. You do so at your own risk, and you'll be held to the same standard as a lawyer, but you do have a right to represent yourself. That would involve discussing the matter with the city's prosecutor, resolving the matter if you can. Your right to have a lawyer never goes away. If at any time you feel like you're getting a little over your head, what you need to do is tell me and we'll readdress the representation. Conditions release, law-abiding behavior, no consumption of controlled substances, and appear back here on July 18th. It's going to be June 20th, excuse me. At 9 o'clock, and that's going to be in the order. Rose, that concludes the hearing. Get a copy at the window. Jason Klur. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Jason, middle initial R, Klur? Mr. Klur, the citation alleges in honor about June 2nd, 2024. You committed the offense of driving no license suspended in the third degree. City has probably a standard motion in that case to reduce it to no valid operator's license on your person. That leaves you with 3 infractions. No valid operator's license on your person, failure to have or display insurance, and failure to wear a seat belt. Do you admit or deny the infraction? You know what you're going to need to do to get your license? Yeah, it's always money. And here we are adding to the misery. Mr. McClure, 150 for, excuse me, no valid operator's license. the no insurance, that's the 500, that's the expensive one. We're gonna reduce that to 100 even, and the seatbelt to 100 even. Now, you can pay that at the rate of 25 a month, but I want to ask you to, consider, devoting as much of your resources as you can to getting reinstated. Reality is, we live in a world where you gotta be able to drive. Any questions? Signing the order as we speak. If you would, get a copy of that on your way out. And any question at all, give us a call. And if you have trouble making the payments, make sure you get a hold of us, because if you don't, then it goes to Department of License, and you know what that means. So good luck to you, sir. Take care. And you as well. Joyce Cohen's Lions. And if I mispronounce anybody's name, please let me know. Ma'am, is that your full name? Joyce Lee Cohen's Lion. Ma'am, you were cited on May 20th for the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. You're also given an infraction. Cities, I take it, making its standard motion to reduce the criminal offense to a civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that and admit the speeding ticket, I'll impose a monetary fine, or you're also entitled to a contested hearing if you don't think you committed the infraction. Any question about anything I just said? What do you want? What would you like to do? You don't plead guilty to a civil infraction. You admit it or deny it. It's just a technical difference that's not really significant. What we'll do is 150 on the no valid operator's license and 100 even on the speeding ticket. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
Yeah.
Financial responsibility issue. Yeah, and usually with that type of issue, you need a lawyer to help you through with that. It's resolvable. You can do it, but that does take representation. I'm signing an order reflecting the disposition of Ms. Cohen's Lion. So what I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window, and good luck to you. Okay. Mario Easley in the courtroom? Mario Easley. Does not answer. How about Brian Flint? Brian Flint in the courtroom? Does not answer. Joseph Frost? Mr. Frost, I didn't see you sitting over there. Go ahead and have a seat. I need to confirm for the record, your full name is Joseph Richard Clark Frost. Mr. Frost, the citation alleges that on or about May 26, 2024, you committed the offense of disorderly conduct. That is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Frost, a plea of not guilty has been entered. What I want you to do is give Mr. Haverco contact information.
You have a phone number? Kind of write it down.
Frost, thank you for appearing. We'll see you back here on August 1st. Get a copy of today's order at the window if you would, please. Thank you, Mr. Frost. Lam Nong Heng in the courtroom. Lam Nong Heng does not answer. How about Chris Hurst? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Chris Ryan Hurst. Mr. Hurst, the citation I have alleges in honor about May 20th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving with a license suspended or revoked third degree, simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty 90 days and or $1,000 fine. City, I'm fairly certain, has the standard motion to reduce the charge to an infraction. No valid operator's license in the second degree. You have an additional infraction, and that's operating a motor vehicle without headlights when required. Any question about what I just said? Pardon? Well, I haven't mentioned a number yet today. The first, do you admit or deny the infractions? Excuse me. I'll impose 150 on the no valid operator's license and 100 on the no headlights. And you can pay that either at $25 a month, or if you want to take care of it all today, you can certainly do that. I am now signing an order to that effect. Mr. Hurst, you can get a copy of that at the window, and any payment you want to make, you can, but you don't have to make a payment until July 6th. And of course, the earlier you get it taken care of, the sooner you forget about it. You know what you need to do to reinstate your license. You know, it's always money for one thing or another. So I'm going to wish you good luck in getting reinstated. Take care of yourself and take care of getting a copy before you leave. Good luck to you. Brenna Layton. Good afternoon. Full name Brenna, middle initial M, Brayton. Ms. Brayton, you also were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked, yes, third degree. City has its standard motion. It is now a civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. Do you admit or deny? Well, you have a right to ask for a contested hearing. If you don't think you committed the infraction, you're entitled to that. And that's the other option is ask for a contested hearing. And it's your choice. If you admit it, I'll impose a $150 fine, and that takes care of the matter. But it's amended regardless. Now, if this is a financial responsibility issue you're dealing with? Probably really good advice to see a lawyer about that. That's what I would do. I'll sign an order for today's hearing, Ms. Layton, and that'll take care of that at least. But good luck with that. I realize these financial those are hard to deal with. But, oh boy, good luck. Good luck. Get a copy of the order at the window. That's it. And take care. Dennis LeBleu. Dennis Wayne LeBleu. Good afternoon, sir. Don't amend that one. Got two matters here. It's alleged that on or about June 2nd, 2024, you committed the offense of criminal trespass second degree and also committed the offense of driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree. Each of those is a misdemeanor, maximum penalty upon conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you in this matter, in these matters, Mr. LeBou. How do you pronounce your name? Mr. LeBou, he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause in both matters, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. LeBou, a plea of not guilty does preserve your rights pending a pretrial, which we will set. For August 1st at 11 o'clock in the morning. In the meantime, conditions release law abiding behavior. That would include don't drive unless licensed and insured. And again, as you probably guessed by now,
I'm waiting for O courts to let me see the order.
as you guessed by now, Mr. LeBou, my sole concern is if, hey, that people get licensed. I like to see that. So if that's at all possible, and there is an issue with the license, that's just so you know where we are. Good luck to you. August 1st, 11 o'clock in the morning. You can get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Any questions? Good luck to you. Take care. Samantha Grace Lehman. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is that your full name, Samantha Grace Lehman? Did I pronounce that right? Citation alleges that on May 26, 2024, the offense was driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. Also, failure to transfer title within 45 days. The city is amending the criminal charges to civil infractions. You can admit those or deny those, one or the other, or both. Any questions first? I don't, if you admit the no valid operator's license, I'll assess 150 on that and just dismiss the other ticket. That work? Then advice to anybody in the courtroom, when you buy a car, make sure you get the title before you part with your money, because once you part with your money, the seller couldn't care less about the title. Those situations. Ms. Lehman, I'm signing a order to the effect of memorializing today's hearing, 25 a month, and again, any problem making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that. But good luck to you. You take care of yourself, and don't forget to get a copy of the order. Caden Long, I do not see. How about Madison Luna? Is it Madison Cage? Madison Cage Luna. There's a way to mispronounce a name. I'm going to find it. You were cited for the offense of driving a license suspended, revoked third degree. City is moving to amend that to the infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. That leaves you with 3 infractions: no license on person, no insurance, and a defective license plate light. Any question about where we are or what's going on here? Pardon? I can't hear you. Okay, what would you like to do? Admit the infractions, deny them, admit some, deny others? It's your choice. Yes, it's not criminal anymore. How about the license plate light? What's with that? That's Selena, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? Money? Selena, what I'll do is this, 150 on the, no valid operator's license. 100 on the insurance, that's a $553 ticket. You don't want to go there. And then I'm gonna dismiss the plate lamp site. I will set your payments at 25 a month. I'd like, that would be 250. And you can pay that either right now if you want, but 25 a month, first payment due July 6th. It's your choice. Selena, good luck getting reinstated, and get a copy of the order at the window, and you take care of yourself. Good luck. Thank you. Daniel Reno McKechnie? Is that you, sir? Yes. And you also were cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, which the city, I'm confident, is amending to no valid operator's license on your person 2nd degree, the infract. If you admit it, it's 150. Deny it, you can have it set for a contested hearing. You admit? I'll assess 150. And let me ask you, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
This one question is, do I have to make an installment on this?
Oh, no. This one is totally separate. This doesn't suspend your license at all. So no, what we'll do is we'll set your payments 25 a month, and first payment is due July 6th, I believe we're setting. And as long as you're making the payments, and if you can make a payment, let us know, we can deal with that, okay? But no, this won't have any effect on your license. Now sign the order. Get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Mr. McKechnie, and good luck getting reinstated, okay? Take care. Thank you. Christine Mills. Christine Mills does not answer. Nicholas Mitten. Likewise does not answer. How about Rafael Ortiz Mendoza? Good afternoon, sir. Is it Rafael Ortiz Mendoza Jr.? That's a citation alleges on or about June 1, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 2nd degree. Now that's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Conviction would also bear a resuspension of your license for a period of a year. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause as support to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial, conditions release, law-abiding behavior. Look, sir, take care of yourself. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order at the window. Ashlyn Grace Padden. Good afternoon. Is that your full name, Ashlyn Grace Padden? Josephine Padden, thank you. You also were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree. You're probably getting tired of hearing about this by now, but the city is amending that to no valid operator's license on your person, the civil infraction, not a criminal offense. Any question about the amendment? If you admit, it's a $150 fine. If you deny, we can set it for a contested hearing. Set it at 150. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? I'd make that a project in life. But believe it or not, yeah, it's a criminal offense to drive with a license suspended. And I'd hate to see anybody put in jail for something like that. So I'd make that a priority in life. Get it reinstated. Signing the order, 150, 25 a month. And again, if you have an issue making the payments, let us know and we can certainly deal with it. Any questions? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. I will. Shane Pate does not answer. How about Stephen Paul? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Stephen, middle initial L, Paul. Paul, the citations that I have alleged that on or about May 23rd, 2024, committed the offenses of knowing possession of a controlled substance, loitering in connection with drug-related activity, and carrying a concealed weapon without the necessary permit. Gross misdemeanors, the first and second one, maximum 364 in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, sir, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on all charges.
Mr. Paul, as I indicated earlier, that preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that would include don't use any non-prescribed drugs. Paul, any questions? Again, no controlled substances. Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here on August 1st. Take care of yourself. Deanna Robinson Trepton. Full name Deanna, middle initial R, Robinson Trepton.
Robinson Trepton.
Citation alleges that on or about July 10th, 2020, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
We have not guilty, as I indicated earlier, preserves your rights pending a pretrial. August 1, 10 o'clock in the morning. Robinson Treptow, thank you for appearing. We'll see you back here August 1. Take care. Daryl Russell is in the courtroom. Good afternoon, Mr. Russell. For the record, Daryl Ray Russell.
Yes.
We have another citation here, driving a license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree. City making its standard motion to amend that to the civil infraction. If you admit it, we'll add that to nothing. 150. Any luck on reinstatement? Good luck. 150. I'm signing the order now. I can do it quicker by hand, but I have to do everything by computer now. Russell, I'm going to wish you luck getting your license reinstated. It's $150, $25 a month, and you get a copy of the order at the window. You take care of yourself. Good to see you. Brandon Tendrich does not answer. How about Stephen Wengalowski? Does not answer. Ma'am, you came in late. You here for the 1 o'clock? You're Caden Long. Ms. Long, come on up and have a seat. Verify for the record, Caden, middle initial N, Long. As long the citation alleges that on or about May 22nd, 2024, he committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, DV. That's gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty and conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause as court or not guilty plea.
As long a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Any conditions of release earlier set, including regarding contact with Alyssa Lyle, remain in effect until they're modified. Also, just simple law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and appear back for court as directed. Long I've signed the order for today.
What was the court date you're on?
August 1st.
Yeah, and it'll be in your court. Well, your court date's not till August 1st. So yeah, you're good. Yeah, just see the clerk before you go.
Ms. Long, take care. We'll see you back here on August 1st. You have a good day. That's it. Sir, did you have a matter on the calendar?
Yeah, come on. up. Yeah, come
Yep,
on.
you did.
Yeah, come on up.
We haven't gotten to the warrants yet on the morning no shows, so
This is Kevin Jones and. he was
Yes.
Scheduled for the 10 o'clock.
Mr. Jones, good to see you at last.
Yeah.
That's it.
Do you have a phone number yet or not really? Yeah, I would just suggest, we've noted the failure to appear. I would just ask that be noted for speedy trial purposes. He's here. I would just ask to reset it in the ordinary course.
City, have any objection?
No.
Reset?
No.
Mr. Jones, you kind of need to show up in court on time, but your attorney's asked to reset the matter, and we will. And that would be probably for I'm going to note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes. Speedy trial will begin to run at the next court date. July 18th. Mr. Jones, you can get a notice giving you the date and the time at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And again, there's if you'd been much later, there would have been a warrant. You don't want to go there.
Sign on this pen.
Jones, get a copy of that at the window, and you take care. See you here in July 18th. And I think with that, we can probably go to the
No shows?
pre-trial, no
Right,
shows.
right.
Just took care of one of them.
Yep. I guess the first one would be the Faulkner one from the 9 o'clock, yes?
And for the Jeremy Patrick, there's already a warrant in effect.
Oh.
For
Okay,
that
gotcha.
one.
Okay.
And it was good to see Lynn Johnson show up.
Yeah.
That's always good. And Ms. Sheffield, that goes back to 2017. We had a case this morning going back to 2006. That was the first in custody you had. So the first one I would have would be Charles Schultz. Not the cartoonist. the
I,
different one.
no
So
contact, no idea.
1,000 cash or bond, so ordered.
Demetria Dodson on the 11 o'clock, I received a phone call of information I already knew.
On the docket says in
She was
custody, Pierce County.
Right, but her mother left me a message saying that she thought she was going to be released, but obviously she's not here, so. I mean, I'm sure Ms. Dodson would want me to note her non-appearance only for speedy trial purposes.
Do you have contact info?
What's that? Give me 1 second.
And since you have heard from other, I'd be inclined to send it up to the next court date.
Yeah, I
June
mean,
20th.
I got, let me just see if
She's still in custody. Well, hope springs eternal, but apparently her hope was false hope. Let's reset it to the 20th.
So I will say, this case has been reset at least once. I have reached out to her on 4/19, on June 3rd. I've never gotten a return call or response. So I've left messages for her, but no return call.
If that case, the,
1,000 cash or bond. And if she's still in, of course, we have no idea how long she's going to be. And, oh boy, 50,000, that means they're fairly serious about whatever it is. It's something a little more serious, I'm guessing, than a theft or. Firearms are kind of a known, especially in Tacoma, too many people getting shot.
Yeah.
But a 10-year-old girl recently.
Yeah.
I think the last one we have is Alexandra Whitebloom.
Contact on 416, she had left, either I spoke with her or she left a message saying advised going in inpatient treatment, but that was back in April. And then,
I happen to know from another court, she was in inpatient on Tuesday of this week.
I attempted to call her at that same number about 3 days ago, and now that number is no longer accepting calls. It's no longer a good number. So the number I had, which was a good number, is no longer a good. So I mean,
I do know she's in it.
if
City have a position?
that's, if we have a good address, I mean, I don't, I wish I had some information as to what her whereabouts are, but,
Well, you can find out by calling the Swally Tribal Court and ask for probation. She's at the pretrial level, or she's on, no, on second thought, don't ask for probation, ask for, ICW, Indian Child Welfare.
Oh,
Court, she's got a case that I had to withdraw from due to an obvious conflict here,
would the court be inclined to reset it once, or?
yes. Based on I just happen to know
Sure.
from overhearing that she's, doing well in
Okay.
inpatient. Nothing on appearance, reset it.
Okay.
With notice.
And you're here for your ticket? Okay, gotcha.
I'm gonna go back on the record for the 2:30 mitigation calendar. First matter I have is Carrie Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, good afternoon. Come on up and have a seat if you want. Now, you've asked for a mitigation hearing. Now, what that means, you'd like me to listen a little bit and maybe reduce the amount of the penalty for the ticket. There is one other option that I'd like to explain to you. You do have a right to defer one moving and one non-moving traffic offense every 7 years. That's a way of keeping it off your driving record. That's every court does it a little bit differently. What I do is hold the matter for a period of 4 months. If during the 4 months you attend traffic safety school, that's given online. It's a couple hours long, and file proof of that and pay costs in the amount of $100 instead of anything towards the ticket, and go infraction free for 4 months. The ticket is dismissed. Is that anything you're interested in? We can talk about that. If you'd like to do that, we can. That is certainly your right to. That's what we'll do. We'll give you the option of traffic safety school, $100, and infraction free for a period of 4 months. Is that going to work?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the reality is when it comes to these moving violations, especially, like speeding, it's all about insurance premiums is what it comes down to. So, Ms. Baldwin, we're preparing the order. I'm viewing it, and now I'm signing it. Electronically, I shouldn't say I'm clicking it. Now, you can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question about what it means, just give us a call, okay? Keep in mind, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. All you have to do is turn on the morning news and hear about the fatalities from last night. So slow down, relax, get there, and your insurance premiums will be lower. So any questions at all, Ms. Baldwin? Thank you for appearing, and good luck. Thank you, ma'am. Kirk Maury? Mr. Maury, you were originally cited with driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, which was amended to no valid operator's license on your person. Do you want to contest that?
Yeah. Possible.
Well, no matter what happens here, this doesn't have any effect on your license. That's tested hearing puts the burden on the city of proving you committed the infraction. Here's what the officer said on 4/26/24, April 26, 2024, at about 15:42 hours. That'd be about 3:45 in the afternoon. I was traveling eastbound on Yelm Avenue East when I observed the defendant's vehicle, the 2008 white Acura, in the westbound turn lane, waiting to make a left-hand turn onto Bald Hills Road Southeast. Said vehicle did not have a front or rear license plate. Based on the information, I conducted a U-turn, got behind the vehicle, initiated a traffic stop after turning left onto Bald Hills Road Southeast in the parking lot of Tractor Supply, located at 10616 Bald Hill Road Southeast in Yelm. I contacted the driver of the vehicle and informed him of the reason for the stop. The driver was compliant and stated he did not have a driver's license. Additionally, the passenger of the vehicle disclosed that she just purchased the vehicle from an auction and not have any registration paperwork, only a digital copy of the purchase agreement. The driver was identified by his Washington State driver's license via my MCT as Kirk Patrick Maury, POB 11/02/1987. While running Mr. Maury's information on my MCT, I discovered that he was driving with a suspended license. I issued Mr. Maury a criminal citation for DWS 3rd and explained the citation to him. I instructed Mr. Maury not to drive and to have the passenger and new owner, Mrs. Lynette Kennard, drive. Mr. Maury acknowledged my directives, and I cleared the traffic stop with the arrest, cite, and release. Nothing further. Signed electronically, Michael Sigmund number 5190. That's what the officer said. He pulled over for the license plate thing and then wound up discovering that you didn't have a valid license and had been suspended. Anything you have to say in defense of that? Now's the time.
Is there like a public attorney?
It's a civil infraction. You don't get an attorney. You're entitled to an attorney if you're indigent, an attorney at public expense if you're facing jail time. This is a civil infraction. There is no jail time. It's just a matter of a fine. So you're not entitled to a lawyer. Yeah, usually on these things, it's either a person is suspended or they're not. And sometimes people are suspended by mistake or something. Oh, what now?
At a court date, you give me some time to get my license?
Whether you have a license or not doesn't have anything to do with this. And this doesn't have anything to do with a suspension of your license.
Right, but time.
It would, yeah. If I'm gonna find that you committed the infraction, I don't see any reason to commit it or to extend it to give you another date. I'll impose a $150 fine. We'll set your payments on that at $25 a month. First payment due July 6th. Would it help if we set the payment out a little bit further than that?
Yeah, I got other.
Oh, that's just the reality. We all do. That's
Why I go to work and I help pay for those, but I can't buy them.
and that's, this is a law that I have, kind of trouble with, is
Right.
you're suspended because of money and then they take your license away, so you can't go to work and earn the money to get your license back. It just puts you in a bad position. Then my only option really is to apply the law as it exists. It's not up to me to make the law. Not at this time. Let's say your first payment due, make it August, the following month. I've had, said, okay, community service too many times and then had somebody come back and say, hey, look, it's just so much easier community service is such a pain in the neck. It's going to be much easier to make $20 payments a month. I've had that happen too. So here's the deal. Set it at $25 a month, first payment due August. And if August comes and you find, hey, you're just behind the 8 ball and there's just no way you can make it, give us a call, get back on the docket, and we'll talk about community service. Be prepared to tell me what you want to do by way of community service at that point, if we get to that point. So Maury, good luck to you, and I certainly, and you as well. Take care. Jonathan Ward. Mr. Ward, you have a company with you. If you need moral support, they're more than willing to come up and sit with you. Mr. Ward, it looks like you're here on a kind of a review on a prayer matter. It looks like you got infractions and somehow they slipped through the cracks, and so what you're looking at is about $1,170 in collections because you failed to appear. Is that where we are? Okay. Tell me about it. Pardon? If you wanted to, sure. And where was that? Oh, okay. Well, let's figure out what you can afford. You're cited with, oh gosh, yeah, that's a trouble. These are the high priced, tickets, no valid operator's license with ID and no insurance, $560 a piece, basically is what they are. How about if, we recall them, from collections and from the, Department of Licensing, and set your payments at, 150 each charge for a total of 300, and can you pay that at 50 a month? Could you make a payment on that today? How much could you pay today? Let's do that, okay? Let me take a look here and see. I was traveling eastbound on Yelm Avenue West behind a gold Chevy Blazer, Washington plate D12198C. I conducted a DL record check on that plate, which came back to a maroon and silver 1989 GMC Sierra, registered to a Deborah Reyes, R-U-I-E-S. You know, what you occasionally see is somebody, if they steal a car and they know the plate, if it's run, it's gonna be report of stolen, and I'm gonna get pulled over. Yes. And so they swap it out with in a parking lot. But I don't know what happened here, but somehow that car wound up with a plate that was registered to a different car. It gave the officer a reasonable. That might have been the deal. We're talking about a Chevy Blazer and the plate that came back to a GMC Sierra. Yeah, that's a van. The Sierra's a van. That's what happened. Hey, hit yourself on the head there, buddy. You put yourself right here. First mistake was that. Second mistake was not showing up. But hey, well, that's the plates got switched. That's now you know. Now, what we're going to do, because you were in here today, and what we've done here, we'll recall these FTAs from the Department of Licensing, so that will not keep you from. You can reinstate, and you stay reinstated as long as you make the payments that we've set here today. Good enough. Well, what he would have to do is reinstate his license. Is there a reinstatement fee? I think if you probably went in with him, that's reinstatement. That was he's never had a license of any kind. Just keep doing it. I don't know if there's any special. Maybe talk to your doctor about taking something for your nerves when you're. Because that some people, they know the information perfectly, but they can't take a test because they get anxiety or something. So maybe talk to your doctor about that. Say, I'm trying to get a driver's license, but I get just too stressed to do it. So that might be the thing to do. Anyway, what I'm doing is I'm going to sign oh boy, the address I have on this ticket is 17301. If you we must have an address if you. Ward, good luck in getting licensed. You take care of yourself and please go to the window outside the courtroom, and to your left. And you'll get a copy of today's order and make the payments. If you can't make the payments, let us know, because we can certainly deal with that, work out an extension or something. But don't do like you just saw somebody do, give up and walk out and ignore it. Problems don't go away. The hole just gets deeper. Quit digging. But Mr. Ward, I'm going to wish you good luck. You take care of yourself, and Ms. Reyes, I presume, take care of yourself as well. And thanks for your help. Have a good day. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no shows. I'll do the best I can, but check me on this. First one I have is number 10, page 2. Mario Easley. Amend NVO without to with and FTA it. On Brian Flint, the next one, I did find probable cause when I spoke to him in custody for both DDoS third, failure to transfer title within 45 days, controlled substance, knowing possession. I think on the docket number 11, amend to the infractions and FTA. And on the controlled substance, 1,000 cash or bond. Next one I have is Lam Nong Heng, docket number 14. Amend to Noval 2 and FTA. And the next one I have is over on page 4. Docket number 25, and actually 26 as well. Mills and Mitten, FTA to Noval 2 on each. And let them see what they want to do. Next I have a Shane Forrest Pate, number 29. Amend the DDoS third to Noval 2 and FTA. And then we have Mr. Tandrich. I do find probable cause for loitering and drug-related activity, 1,000 cash or bond. And last is Stephen Wengalewski. Amend to Noval 2 and FTA. So